Home point updated.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and buenos dias from Valencia. We have another amazing sunny day. We're just waiting for the wind to fill out on the race course. And as you can see on the screen, we have our race committee with the AP flag, which means we have a bit more delay today because of the light wind conditions. But the wind is slowly filling up on the race course, so very soon we should start racing. We can see right now on the screen our sailors getting ready and waiting for the wind to fill out. We have the German and Spanish, British team here in our screen, waving to us amazing drone shots by our drivers. We're going to fly around the race course now and just see how the sailors are waiting and preparing for the racing. Hopefully soon the wind is going to fill out and it's going to give us a nice, sunny and perfect windy conditions to keep on racing.
Hello everyone, I'm Pablo Ruiz here, streaming from Valencia. As you see, we have had a really slow morning, still AP. Wind is slowly picking up and it's becoming more sunny and more sunny, but looks like we still have a bit of waiting time. Now on the screen we have the race committee from Real Club Nautico Valencia with the AP flag up and orange flag. And we're seeing boats that come around, just probably starting to check some of the info and seeing how the wind behaves while the day progresses. As we can see, the water is slowly going brighter and more sparkling. This means the sun is coming out and it will be very good for today as we will have a sea breeze. There were some thick clouds in the morning, but they're slowly receding backwards. This is always a good indicator of sea breeze. And overall looks like we've had a slow start, but we'll slowly get into racing and it will be really good races. We have programmed a total of 4 races for today to catch up on the program. I don't know how long the sea breeze will last for today and if we will be able to do it, as it's actually not 4 races but 16 as there's 4 groups. Slow start for our pilots today as we're just hovering over the race committee while we wait for the AP to come down and start following these amazing fleets. The 4 fleets we have for today, which are yellow, blue, red and green. Let's go an overview of today's sponsors. And we have some local sponsors like Valencia Turisme, Fundación Trinidad Alfonso, Valencia.com, and the local town hall. And also we have some collaborators, which are Winner Optimist, Vic Sailing, CD Sales, Valencia Charter, The Dog Shop, Ricky Stadel, Maranello, 4 Sailors, Sailing Quack, us from Road to Gold, Coca-Cola and Real Club Nautico Valencia. And all these sponsors are helping contribute and be able to host this great event one other year in Valencia. Last year, for those that were not here, we had very rough conditions, very strong wind and big waves. We were streaming from the water and it was more of a live experience and it was for sure very tough racing. But this year looks like a completely different scenario, a bit lighter breeze, and we can see most of the teams already with their coaches maybe deciding on the game plan for today, what they will do. Some are training, some are rigging the sails. And let's go to our other camera.
As we can see, the race committee just took the AP flag down and the orange flag is up, which means that there's less than 5 minutes to the procedure of the first fleet. And so, yes, we're starting with our 5 minutes. The blue flag just went up, which means the blue fleet from yesterday is starting their third race from yesterday, because yesterday we didn't have enough wind to finish all of the racing. So we're catching up with yesterday's races at the beginning of the day today, which means the blue fleet is going first today, not yellow. Yellow fleet managed to finish the racing yesterday, the third race yesterday, so we have to catch up with the races for blue, green and red fleet. We saw the race committee just gave us 4 minutes, so it's 4 minutes to the start for the blue fleet, and they went straight away with the black flag. It's probably because yesterday, as we saw, we had a lot of general recalls, which means there was a lot of boats over the line, and today we want to avoid doing that. So the race committee is straight away going with the black flag to not have any general recalls and boats over the line. So now we have less than 4 minutes to the start for the blue fleet. We can see the boats slowly lining up on the start line. So it's blue fleet from yesterday. We have to do one race for blue, green and red fleet, and then we'll switch the fleets and we'll start the racing for today. So we start with blue fleet, then we go with red and then green fleet, and then switching the groups. As we see on the screen, as the boats are slowly lining up to the start line and preparing for the first race of today, we see that no one is pushing too much today on the starting line. We saw yesterday boats really high on the start line, and there was a lot of general recalls and false starts from mostly yellow, but all the fleets had some false starts. So we can see that the sailors for sure debriefed with their coaches, and we did some interviews yesterday, and a lot of them said that the start is going to be really important for them today. So we can see that they're more careful on the starting line today. We can see a big, as we said yesterday, banana effect, which means that the boats in the middle section of the line are lower than the ones on the side. So here it gives us a big advantage to the ones that are on the side of the start line, and it gives them a better angle and better position to judge the starting line and be closer to it, which also lets them have a better start when what's going to be really important today in those wind conditions, as the light wind is really demanding, and any good line that we have is going to be really important to have the clear wind and be able to play the shifts and the gusts the way we want to. We have now less than a minute to the start. We're soon, and now they start to go. So this was a start. We saw the group from the pennant being quite high up, but I think it was clear. We see a big banana effect, as we said before. So the group from the middle section of the starting line was really, really low, and the group from the pennant and from the race committee was quite high up, which gives them a big advantage already on the start. We saw that the fleet from the pennant already tacked to the port. Most of the boats are already on the port tack, which means probably that there's a big left shift, and they're trying to really use that and catch all the gusts and the shifts, and yeah, race to our amazing orange mark. We can see the group from the pennant really looking strong here. Most of the fleet is on port tack now, which means that there's probably a big left shift, and this left group is really, really looking strong there, pushing from the left side. We have 4 boats here on the right side that could potentially also be in a really good position. We'll see how the shifts are going to play out this first upwind. But yeah, we have a strong group from the right side and a bit bigger group that also is looking really, really good from the pennant and left side right now. We can see now on the screen the Norwegian sailor pushing the boat here, and in this really light wind there's a lot of body work that you can do that's helpful for the boat, and it's going to make it go fast. The speed is for sure going to be really important today, because every gust and every meter is going to count, as probably we'll see at the end of the race on the finish line. The boats are always really, really tight. So every meter here, starting from the start line, is really going to be really, really important, because even 2 meters can give you lots of spot at the finish line. Now we're switching to the left side of the course. So we see the boats from the left side of the course that started from the pennant, as I believe. We can see the zoomed in Spanish sailors here. Biggest fleet, biggest nation that came here to Valencia, of course, has their local. They're the biggest nation that has the sailors here. We can see them working hard for every meter here, fighting with the Canadian 1856, trying to get some wind from them and make some gains against the opponents. We have really nice shots and zoomed to some of the sailors that are in the top positions in this blue fleet. We can see them. Yeah, we have nice overview of the fleet, seeing that some boats already made some really nice gains over the rest of the fleet and have a really nice clear position at the start of this third race of the OptiOrange Regatta. We have really nice overview of over the blue fleet here. We see really nice from this drone shots all the gusts and the lulls that we have on the race course, which are going to be really important for the sailors. You don't want to be in the lulls, so with the darker patches that we have on the race course is what our sailors are trying to catch. This is the stronger breeze that is going to give them a lot of speed and lots of gains over the rest. So the darker patches is where we want to be, and the lighter is what we want to avoid in the race course. So we saw just one boat now tacking to keep on being in a nice gust in the wind, which I think is going to be a really good decision. As we see on the screen now, we were in the middle of 5 minutes for the second group of today, but unfortunately we had to put the AP flag up. So I think the wind conditions are not perfectly stable enough to put the racing. So we see the group coming back to the start line and waiting for another attempt of restart for the 5 minutes for the second group of today. And now we can come back to the blue fleet. So we see our blue fleet that just started the race and is slowly approaching the top mark. We can see our amazing orange mark that the sailors are going towards now. They're soon going to approach it. We can see that the wind conditions today are quite patchy, which means that we have a lot of gusts and the lulls. So as you see from the drone shot, there's a lot of darker patches and lighter patches on the water, which means that the darker ones are the gusts, and this is where our sailor want to be. And the lighter ones are less wind, which is what we want to avoid because this makes us go a bit slower.
Yeah, and as you're saying, Sofia, the water is still full of patches. The sea breeze is still filling in, has some empty spots, so it's very important in this light winds to really avoid those light spots, because it might seem like 2 knots is not a big difference, but from 2 knots to 4 knots, it's double the wind speed. So it's very important to find those stronger wind areas and really push, because in this light stuff, being faster also makes you point higher, so it's a double gain. It's not only going faster but making less meters. So very, very important here to find those stronger wind areas and avoid those lighter areas.
Yes, exactly, as you say, especially in light winds and in breeze slowly filling in, this wind is going to be really important to be always in the gust and going for the speed.
Yeah, and another important thing about this light stuff is that maneuvers actually make you gain speed. It's something that's not fully legal to make speed, but if you're tacking well, you can make speed. You have to watch out to not make too much speed, as you might get flagged by the umpire. But that's why we also see lots of the boats tacking. If it's for a tactical reason, you're allowed to tack, obviously, so people just start tacking on each other. And now we see the French rounding in first, France 3205, closely followed by USA 23732. These two guys really managed to extend to the next boat, which is coming up. And who's the next boat, Sofia?
Yeah, we can see on the screen the third boat is another USA team, 21-21-6. So this is a third boat that we're seeing, and now we can see the rest of the fleet really tightly. So those 3 boats have a bit more free space, and now we can see the 4th boat approaching the mark, and now the really big group is starting. So now here every meter is making a big difference. We see some Spanish boats. We're now switching drones as we have to recover our batteries, and we're going now back to the race course. We'll see the fleets just in a second on the start line. We'll see how is another fleet doing, if they manage to get the start already in, and if not, we just keep on following the blue fleet. So we're now sending our drones to the second mark to see the whole blue fleet, the lineup of the blue fleet. Now on the screen we can really see what we spoke about. So there's a big wind patch, a dark patch coming from the left side of the course. So we'll see how our sailors will manage that. So we can see that there's a way more wind on the left side. The breeze is slowly filling in as the day is getting warmer and the clouds are slowly disappearing, which is going to give us probably a really nice sailing conditions. in the next part of the day. Yeah, we can see the wind is really nicely filling in, and our sailors are for sure going to also look at that and take that into their strategy to make as much gains towards the rest of the fleet. We can see our blue fleet approaching the second mark here. So we can see there's two boats that are really ahead of the fleet and have a nice gain. They're soon going to be rounding the second mark, so we can see the lineup on the second mark and if anyone made any gains and what's the lineup in the blue fleet. So this is the first fleet that started today. And we're back with the second fleet of today. So this is the red fleet, as we see on the screen, is getting ready for the start. We had a bit of delay because of the wind conditions had to stabilize a bit. So we're back now with the start for the blue. For the red fleet. So this is the red fleet, and this is still the lineup from yesterday because we didn't manage to do 3 races for all the fleet yesterday. So we're keeping going with red fleet from yesterday, and after we finish this race, the fleets are going to be changing. And yeah, we can see that the fleet is slowly approaching the starting line, and they have now less than 4 minutes to the starting line, less than 4 and more than 1 minute. We can see the sailors checking the line and preparing to have a best start, having a last check on the wind conditions. As we saw before with the blue fleet, there's a lot of wind coming from the left side mostly, but also just the whole area is slowly filling up. So this is going to be really important for them, especially as the breeze is picking up and the sky is clearing up. The conditions are going to be changing, and the first boats that are going to be able to catch the coming wind are going to for sure be looking really, really strong in those races. So yeah, we can see the race committee also with the red fleet, same as with the blue fleet, went with the black flag straight away. What does it mean? So the black flag means that if we have a general recall, as we had unfortunately a lot of them yesterday, if we have a general recall, any boat that's going to be over the line is going to be disqualified. So this is really important for the sailors to watch out for this line, especially that yesterday we had a lot of false starts and general recalls and lots of restarts because of that. So today they're for sure well prepared for that. They for sure spoke with their coaches and prepared the strategies and how to judge the line better and how to better have a better preparation to the starting line. So they're for sure ready for that. And we can see, same as yesterday, that the pin side of the line is looking really strong. We can see the sailors are really liking this pin end, of the start line. And as yesterday, we see that there's a bigger group on some of the sides on the starting line, they're really going high. So when we have less sailors on the committee and we see that they're a bit more calm and careful with coming close to the line, but we see on the pin end, as we have a bigger group, it's a bit harder to judge the line. It's a bit harder to say where exactly is the line, as we don't see it that well, and the sailors are pushing each other high up. So now they started. So yes, here's the start of the red fleet. We saw there's a big group from the pin end, and I think some of them might be over the line. We see few boats that were really ahead of the fleet. So we'll see how that is going to end up, but I think that we might have some boats that were over the line. We might not have the general recall, which means everyone is racing this race, but it doesn't mean that there was no fast start. So we might get some boats over the line, but they can race the race. They're just going to be, unfortunately, disqualified after. So we saw the start of the red fleet. We see them on the screen now, but we're going back to the blue fleet now. So this is our leader from the blue fleet, France 3205. So this is the leader of the blue fleet, looking really strong here on the downwind, followed by the USA 23732. So those two boats have a really nice advantage over the rest of the fleet. We can see the Turkish boat 1017 also following those two boats.
So Zofia, I'm back in the studio now. I have good news. We have a third drone coming now into the course, so we'll have even more footage from the action. Thanks to our amazing pilots. I'm here and also piloting, so I'm a bit everywhere. And just update me, Sofia, where are we in the racing? What race are we seeing now?
Yes, so now we're in the race 3 of this OptiOrange Regatta. This is the blue fleet, but this is the blue fleet from yesterday. So as we can see that some of the sailors have the ribbons in a different color. This is the color for next races. So we do one race that we didn't manage to finish for all the fleets yesterday, and then we change the fleets and we keep on doing the races that were planned today. So now we see the blue fleet from yesterday approaching the downwind gate. We see France boat keeping the lead nicely with the USA boat ahead of the rest of the fleet. We can see also some other fleets here under the gate looking at their friends, and
looks like everybody's choosing that left side for the next upwind. No, the fleet looks quite compacted on the left side of our screen. France just doing a covering tack here, 2 tacks, which will probably send USA into attack soon. There we go, we see it. And looks like they're all liking more this left side.
Yes, as we said before and we saw before, the wind is slowly filling up on the race course, And yeah, we saw this when they were going into the second mark. We saw that the left side was really looking strong with the wind, and now all this wind came to our downwind gate. So we see the sailors also looking and watching out for that wind and pushing towards this left side where the wind is filling up a bit faster.
Okay, so that's interesting. Let's go on to the next camera. Here we have camera 3, which is following or wasn't following the next fleet. We see it here. Yes.
Yeah, so this is the red fleet. That was the second group of today. And yeah, I mean, as for now, I think the right side is looking quite strong. I think they have a really nice shift, and they...
Again, the fleet looks like it's more covering that left side, no? Looks
Yes.
like everybody has a clear game plan today.
Yes, I think everyone is really focused on the left side today. Although I don't know if now in the red fleet the right side is not looking so bad. So we will see if this left side that everyone is pushing so much towards is going to pay off every time, because here the right is also looking quite good.
And let's keep on seeing this gate rounding. From which fleet was this, Sofia?
This is the blue fleet, so blue fleet from yesterday. Now on the downwind gate, we can see them going for the last leg.
Big traffic jam coming up here on the left gate.
Yeah, we can see that the boats are really focused on this left side of the course, going for this stronger breeze, and yeah, wanting to get every meter here.
And tell me, Sofia, why are there some boats that are under the gate just stacking around and like not really going upwind? What's happening with them?
Yeah, so those are probably the fleets that are still waiting for their starting procedure. This is probably the yellow fleet from yesterday, which are the boats that managed to finish all 3 races yesterday, and they're the last fleet that's going to compete today. And yeah, they're just there looking at their friends and trying to see what's going to pay off, because yeah, you know, every observation, every info that you can get is a gain for your next races. So if you can have more informations, it's always better.
So let's switch now to other cameras, see how the other fleets are behaving. Which fleet is this, Sofia? You know?
This is probably the green fleet from yesterday, as they're the last ones to start. And yeah, they got a new flag.
They're already U flag, yes.
Yeah. So I see the race committee was a bit more, and they had more mercy, I would say, for the green fleet, because the rest of the fleets got the black flag. And we can see that the green fleet got the U flag, which means that if there will be a general recall, we hope that there won't, but just in case there is a general recall, we can just restart the race, and none of the boats that were over the line are going to be disqualified. We just restart the race and cancel out the first start. And
here we have again lined up the committee with the pin. We can clearly see the line. This really helps us see if there's under or over banana on the start, if people are pushing or if they don't have their clear transits. We're between 4 to 1 minute to the start, as U is still up. We'll probably see it soon coming down. And if you're caught outside in the triangle between the committee, the pin, and the top mark in U flag, and it's not a general recall, you carry out a last +1 position. So that could be very expensive, especially before the cut to gold, silver, bronze, and emerald fleets.
yeah, I mean, in those races, you really don't want to go for the false start, because the fleets are just so big. There's 104 boats, what I believe, in every fleet, which means that every time you have a false start or any disqualifications, it's 105 points. So this is really, really a big mistake, and it's going to cost you a lot in the results if you get disqualified for false start or any other reasons. But we can see that the minute to the starting line, to the start, I'm sorry, and we can see that the committee end is really pushing now this time. We don't have as many boats on the pin end, which is a bit different than the two previous fleets, than the blue and the red. So here in the green fleet, it's a bit a different scenario. The committee end is really pushing high, but I think as for now it's still clear. There's no one over the line. Let's just hope that it's going to stay like this. Yeah, and we're really in a second. And now the start went. So we have a strong group here from the committee that just started, and strong group from the middle part of the line, which doesn't happen often, as the starts from the middle section are not the easiest ones. But we see those two groups are looking really good, and yeah, I think they're maybe changing the strategy a bit, because we see that now there's a lot of boats on the right side of the course. We're slowly zooming in into some of the sailors, so we can see some of the numbers here on the right side of the course that started from the committee end. We see the Spanish boat 3646 pushing here after a really nice start. This is for sure going to pay off a lot in this race, to have a clear wind straight from the start and not having to fight and escape to any of the sides to get some fresh wind. We have a really nice shot from the red fleet, from the green fleet here. It's the green fleet from yesterday. It's a really nice zoom of the sailors that were starting from the committee end. This is the committee end, but they are the ones that didn't tack yet. So they're pushing on starboard since the start. They have a nice line here, and they're for sure hoping to be able to keep on going with that. They have a nice right shift, which means they want to keep on going on the starboard tack and be able to hold this line as long as possible, because it's for sure going to give them a nice gain in the second part of this race. So now on the screen we see the right side of this race course. So those are the boats from the green fleet that are the most on the right side. So this is a different strategy that we saw the rest of the fleets taking, and let's see how this is going to pay off for them. We can see one of the boats from the right side looking really strong here. We'll see if the boat will manage to cut out the rest and get the control over the whole fleet. This is the Spanish boat. I believe it's 349 from what I can see. I think he won't manage to cut the whole fleet, but for sure we'll have a nice position here in this top mark of the green fleet. So we have a nice zoom into the Spanish and I think Hong Kong boats. We can see them working hard on the waves. And as you see now in the zoom in, we can see that the boats have two different ribbons. So there's a red ribbon on top of the sail and green ribbon at the end of the boom. And
So today, even though it's sunny, we're having a bit of connectivity issues. We apologize for that if you're seeing the stutter. We're trying to solve it. We're trying multiple sources of internet, but the course is quite far away. As you can see, the cranes, which are very, very tall, are very small. And let's see camera 3 now. We have here the boats crossing the finishing line. And if I'm not mistaken from what Sosha was telling us, this is green fleet of the third race. They are now slowly approaching the top upwind mark. Very panned out shot, seeing how the fleet is already spreading out. And this is quite interesting because they all start in the starting line at the same time. And maybe from one side to the other there's few meters advantage, but in this sport the rich get richer and the people that are in front can really extend. They have clear air and they can point higher and sail faster. So very important to have the early lead in most conditions, for example today. And we're now seeing the first boats of the green fleet approach the line. Finland running in second, USA in third, Puerto Rico in fourth, Spain in fifth, Spain in sixth also, and USA going for a turn. He probably touched the mark. Quick there and good positioning. When you're in the top of the fleet, it's not that expensive. As you can see, you can easily find a clear lane. Hong Kong coming up next with Spain and Virgin Islands. Ooh, and Virgin Islands doesn't make it, has to go for a jibe at the top mark. This is gonna be expensive here. Okay, very important to not understand the ley line, as it can be very, very expensive. Canada going for a quick tack there. Manages to squeeze around the mark.
So now on the screen, we see what I believe is the red fleet approaching the Downwind gate. So it's the blue fleet on the Downwind gate. We can see that now it's not so much the left side in the favor. I mean, the boats are not choosing the left side as much as before. It's a bit more equal if it comes to the left and the right side, what sailors are choosing here. But yeah, it's the same as we saw of the green fleet and the starting line. I mean, they went a bit more for the committee, and so even a bit more for the right side, compared to the other fleets that were really pushing towards the left side where the wind is filling up. I think it's this is because of the breeze. When the breeze was just coming into the race course and slowly filling up at the start, it was filling up from the left side, so the left side was more in favor at the start. But now that the breeze, as we can see, just filled up the whole race area, now there's not that much of an advantage on the left side, and the boats are just playing the shifts as they go. So we see really nicely how the fleets are just fighting for the mark room on the gate and to get any meters. We can see a bit of a mess here on the left gate mark. It's really important if you are coming in a bigger fleet on the mark to have room, so you have a right of way in the other groups that towards the other sailors. It can give you a lot of advantage and few extra meters. Now we can see on the right mark, this is really going to be important. So the boats that are inside and are closer to the mark are going to gain a few spots here just on the mark rounding. So this is really important, a technical part that can give you even up to few spots just on the one mark rounding. So as we're seeing the end of red fleet approaching the gate, we're now going to switch to the green fleet. This is a green fleet approaching the second mark. We can see them, some of them going for a jibe and some of them are doing what's called normal set, so keep on going straight on starboard, and some of them are going for a jibe, going towards this left side of the downwind. I would say they're quite equal. I don't think there's any of the sides that but more, let's say, chosen by the green fleet. We can see the green fleet going on the second mark. Some boats here going for a penalty turns, probably for touching the mark. And yeah, we can see them quite equally going to the right and to the left side. I don't think there's anything in favor here on this downwind leg, as the wind filled on the whole race course quite equally. So we're sending a drone down from the second mark towards the game. We can have a really nice shot of the whole fleet going for this downwind leg of the first race of today of the green fleet. So we can see a really nice downwind boats going equally, I would say, to the right and to the left side. Same as at the Upwind, they're trying to play the shifts well. And yeah, and technical playing with the waves and with the shifts and with the gas is going to for sure give them. You can have a lot of gains here on this downwind leg.
So we have now here the green fleet starting to round the gate. This will be the last race of the green fleet, and then we will start with the new fleets for today. More of a split decision now compared to what we were seeing before that looked like a one-hand track going to the left, and many more boats are now taking that right-hand side also. Peru rounding here, followed by Cyprus and GBR, putting a really low mode there. GBR just managing to squeeze down to the mark. On the other gate, Spain and Hong Kong starting to round, big pack coming through. Two Swedes rounding now. Let's slowly see the sailors just passing by. Conditions are great now. As I said before, the clouds are starting to clear up. This misty, foggy cloud we had in the morning is slowly moving backwards, and it's leaving us a great breeze today. Let's see if the wind lasts and we can get all the races in for today. And let's switch now to camera 2 and see the finishing line of the red fleet.
a mirar si veo. Seguro que le están volviendo al comité.
So apologies there, we were in the starting line, not the finishing line. It's quite bright at the moment, so sometimes it's hard seeing the screens, but we're seeing just the red fleet approach upwind going to the finishing line, and then we will start with race 4. Once green and red finish now, we will get the updated results for race 3. And we're seeing here Puerto Rico Sailor. Fleet is divided in opinion. Some boats are going on starboard, other boats are going on port. No clear decision. For me, it looks a bit favored the right side at the moment. The top boats that are leading are in that side. And here we have the finishing line of the red fleet, as I was saying. Sailors from many nations coming through: USA, Spain, Sweden, Ukraine. If you don't remember, or for those that are new, we have all these countries racing at the moment. Big amount of countries, very international regatta. And we just see them pass through. Spain coming here, 3 boats. Another Spanish, which I believe was a girl that was doing quite good yesterday in the last race we saw. Turkey now going for attack. Looks like the pin end is quite favored. It's much lower than the committee, so that means there's less distance to it. So we will probably see boats taking that side of the line cross quicker, and those that are trying to get to the committee will take a bit longer. Turkey here going for attack. They will make distance compared to Netherlands. Netherlands was ahead at the moment, but at least they're making some distance. Now sailors from GBR, Monaco and Spain coming through. Tight finish there for Monaco, has to attack quickly. And the boats just keep coming through. This is starting to be the end of the red fleet. Let's switch quickly and see how the green fleet is doing. I believe these are right now the leading boats of the green fleet of this last race. And we can already see in the background of our image the green boats that are starting to approach the finishing line.
No, no, 35, you have to come back.
45.
35.
So I have 48, so I need to come back with you.
Well, you can.
Last boats here of the red fleet, just finishing the race. Unlucky race for these guys. Maybe they had a bad start or they couldn't find a clear lane in the first upwind, and life just becomes more complicated when you don't have this space.
How do I go back from the...
We're now seeing the leading boats of this green fleet. We see that iconic yellow helmet from Briggs that we interviewed yesterday. And we're just following now these top boats that are going for the lead. Briggs, if you saw before, had to do one turn for touching the mark. But looks like he's still in good position, so well done to him. Let's see who else we can see now in this top mark finishing line approach. And here we see how it's getting interesting. Top boats going onto constant tacks, just trying to gain that first leading position. We've seen many tags in the last few seconds. One boat holding on starboard, other three on port. Now going straight to attack.
20.
And this is a massacre of tacks, non-stop tacking, one after another, after another, after another, going for attack. And another one here, they're really fighting for this winning position, for the leading spot. Another attack, we're seeing how Finland is looking strong to defend. Spain has to duck, and this will cost him second place. And we see Finland taking the win here. Let's see who's taking that second place. as we're seeing right now, all the fleets will soon start racing again. The last ones of the green fleet are finishing, which is what we are showing right now, and soon we will be going back into racing. We'll start with the new groups for today, which is yellow, blue, red, and green, but with the correct positions of yesterday. For everyone joining now, what we did till now was just catch up with the last boats of the previous races that weren't able to be finished yesterday, and now we're back on schedule and we'll be starting with the new groups.
So, yeah, right now we're waiting for all the fleets to come back to the start line. As we have to switch the groups, we have to wait for everyone to come to the starting line, get a quick debrief with the coach, and then we can start going with the new groups. So there are people that have been waiting for the race now when the rest of the fleets were racing, and now we have to get everyone back to the start line and start with the new fleet. So those are going to be the ribbons that are at the top of the sails. Those are the ribbons that are going to be applied now. So we start with yellow, then we go with the blue one, next goes red, and then green fleet.
And Sofia, could it have happened that some sailors have still not sailed today?
Yes, first of all the yellow fleet of yesterday, they've been on the water and they are just waiting for the rest of the fleets to finish their racing. So as for now, they haven't completed any race because they managed to complete 3 races yesterday. But also, we have sailors that had a general recall and they had a falser on a black flag, which is called BFD. So they were disqualified because of the false start yesterday, and as the race didn't finish, unfortunately, today when the race was restarted, they also can't participate. So there are sailors from the yellow fleet of yesterday, plus all the ones that were over the line in the general recalls on the black flag.
And tell me, Sofia, what would you do if you would be waiting this long? For example, if you're a yellow fleet or a black flagged sailor, what do you do? Because we've been here already 2 hours. You for sure have to do something with your time, right?
Yeah, I mean, you for sure can use this time very productively. While the rest of the fleet is sailing, you can always be looking at them and checking what's paying off, because as you're sailing the race, it's easier to see what's paying off, if the right side has more wind or the left side, and what are the shifts and everything. But if you're not participating in the race, you can also be looking at them. So you can be waiting at the gate and just looking at the fleets that are racing. You can be at the start line, around the start line, just looking at other fleets. So it's for sure a good time to gather lots of informations about the racing, about the wind, to check the starting line, there's lots of things you can do, but it's also important that in the sun and those long days that we're going to for sure have now, you need to drink a lot of water and eat some food to not get dehydrated, and to stay ready for racing. So this is also an important part.
And what do you recommend to eat? What do you think is good ideas to eat on the water?
I mean, we always have our famous bananas. It's I think one of the favorite snack of all the sailors, both on Opti and even in Olympic classes. So this is a really simple and always good snack that you can have on the water. Some energy bars are also for sure a good choice. But I mean, if you if you like sandwiches, and probably there are some parents here listening to us today that were preparing some food for their kids, some sandwiches, some pasta, everything that you like could be a good snack.
Nice, interesting. And what else can you do on the water a day like this? You go for tags, what do you train? What do you do while you're waiting, apart from checking the course?
I mean, you can always use this time just as a training. You can always practice some tags, some jibes, feeling the waves and how they're changing. The conditions are now changing a bit from what it was at the start. So the wave got a bit bigger, and you can also practice the tags. Just the most important thing is to just stay ready for whenever your race is going to start. Have as many informations as you can, and be ready for your racing. You can get to, I mean, it's also good to relax. You can be staying ready for 2 hours, but it's important to, when the moment comes, you're ready, warmed up, and with all the informations that you need.
And you've been 2 hours already. You're not racing. How do you get yourself activated? What can you do to just stay on focus and be able to get ready to race once the racing time comes?
Always a good warm up is what we said. Just some tags, some jibes, maybe even do some turns. It's just important to get the blood flowing in the body and get some technical movements on the boat. But you can use this. You can also warm up by checking the line and checking other informations. But I think the tacking, just getting a few tacks in, few acceleration exercises, some jumps and penalty turns is for sure the best warm up.
From my point of view and what I've been doing always, what you're saying is completely true. Just keeping the blood flow up and keeping yourself activated. Long days can turn into a mental game more than a physical sport, and just eating, like you were saying, is also important, and being ready for the conditions. Like what these sailors tested when they got to the course 2 hours ago has nothing to do with what we have now. The sky is completely cleared out. There's just a small cloud left compared to before that it was covered. The breeze is for sure way stronger. I'm seeing some Ilkas from here from the studio that are already hiking, and that means it's getting stronger and stronger, the breeze, and that's how sea breeze works. It slowly builds up, and probably in a few hours we'll see it drop again, right, Sofia?
Yes, exactly. And I can see now on the screen, as you can see, we have some Spanish boat, Spain 007. I can see some James Bond with us on the race course, if I'm reading it right. But about the wind, what do you think is the most important in conditions like this, in the breezy conditions, that the wind is slowly filling up and then it's stable for a bit and then it might die in a few hours' time? What do you think is the most important now?
So what is important is to know if first of all, orange flag has just gone up, as you can see now. We're going to start soon with this race 4 that we've been awaiting for. Some sailors for 2 hours, others are just coming fresh from the Green Fleet race. And for me, the key is understanding if it's going to be increasing or decreasing, just to understand how I have to be sailing and what I'm looking for. And with these conditions, there's always some small oscillations on the wind. and you have to just try and link those oscillations to make the least amount of meters. We have 63 people with us right now, so if anybody in the chat is a parent, let us know who you are cheering for or any questions you might have. We have here Thernax from before, that was rooting from Finn from Annapolis, USA, so go Finn, and just let us know where you are connecting from and what you would like to see or what questions we can answer. We have Sofia here, that she's a 470 Olympic class sailor, very knowledgeable, and we can for sure answer very interesting questions today.
Yes. I mean, if you have any questions or if you're rooting for anyone, let us know in the chat. We're for sure going to mention that or answer any questions. And so let's keep it active in the chat. We highly encourage you. But Pablo, tell me, now we have the orange flag up. What does it mean?
So orange flag means that we're going to start soon with the procedures. We're going to be finishing setting up the line, and we'll soon see that yellow flag go up. Could happen that some sailors were on the green fleet yesterday and they're on yellow fleet now, so they're going to go back-to-back racing. It's going to be intense, so they have to be debriefing quickly, checking all the info again, and then going back and straight into sailing mode, into racing mode. For most of these sailors, this regatta is a training regatta. They're building up to national championships or Europeans or worlds or continental championships, so this is a great opportunity to learn. Big fleet, 104 boats per fleet, and demanding fleet, really good top sailors. We see here sailors that we were seeing at the Worlds when we were streaming there. We have Johnny Seacamp, Inez from Puerto Rico, Briggs from USA, among many other sailors. So some familiar faces to me from last summer back in Slovenia.
Yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned before, there are some people that were in the green fleet and now they might be in the yellow one. So there are some people that were waiting for 2 hours, and there are some people that barely finished the race and have to keep on going with another one. What would you do in their situation? Because we already said how to keep active when you don't have a racing, but I mean, some of them had a really short break, and they still have to like go straight to the start of the yellow fleet. So how would you do it if you would be in their position?
So first of all, get the lessons from the last race and just be thoughtful and really understand if we're having the same conditions or if they have changed. If we're in the same conditions, then maybe go for the same game plan, try execute well if you did well, and if you did badly, understand why you did badly and what you should change to be able to perform in this next race.
Yeah, I think this is really important to get a lesson from the previous race, just get the key points and apply them in the next race. I think for me this is also really important. You don't have to analyze the whole race. It's just important to get the key points and apply them in the next race. So I think a short debrief with the coach and you just keep on going with the second.
And we can already see the race committee with the flags ready to roll out. We're going to be going soon into the starting procedure for the yellow fleet. Very important to know the flags well, know what we're sailing with, to be able to execute well and play to the highest level that the rules allow us to. 64 people commenting right now. And do you think the race committee looks a bit skewed? Sosha, how does it look to you?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit twisted to the right side. It might mean that we have a bit of current, but it's hard to say from our perspective. But it's, I think, going to be really important for the sailors to check it. And yellow fleet is 5 minutes. Just got the 5 minutes, so it's 5 minutes for the yellow fleet, and this is the new fleet from today. Those are different than the ones we had in the previous races.
Yes, so 5 minutes already into this yellow fleet. We'll be updating you with the start. And once again, thanks to everyone joining for the Road to Gold live stream. Just for anybody listening, you can all know that if you want to improve throughout your winter or days that you cannot sail, we have an online course. The link is in the description. where you can improve your sailing. We've been working with multiple world and European champions to provide the best content and make sure the sailors can learn. So if anybody is interested, you have more information in the comments down below.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an amazing thing. Like, there's many times when you can't be on the water and you can be improving from the water, and I think you can also gain a lot from just being at home and watching videos and just having like an online coach. So I think the Road to Gold course, I know it myself, and I've tried it myself, and now that there's an Optimist version, I think it could be really, really helpful. I really think there's a lot of valuable lessons in there, and just knowledge that you can't even sometimes get on the water, and lots of good experts. I think it could be a really useful thing for for everyone that wants to improve their sailing. We can see now that there's less than 4 minutes to the start. So it's less than 4 minutes to the start. We have U flag, which means, if we have general recalls, we just do a restart and no boats are going to be disqualified. But let's just hope that we won't get that many general recalls today. As we said before, if you want to ask any questions or let us know who you're cheering for in the chat, we highly encourage you to do so. It's always nice to see who's watching us, and who are you cheering for. We have a really nice overview over the starting line, seeing the boats lining up, and we can see that the boats are really pushing on the committee end. I think there's not even a single boat on the pin end start, which is completely different than what we've seen at the start of the day. Today with the first two fleets, there was a lot of traffic in the pin end, and now in the race committee. Now the race committee is looking more in favor.
So where are we now? Last minute to the start?
Yes, and we can see that the boats are, I think 90% of the fleet is in the right half of the starting line, which means that it's for sure a big traffic here. There's for sure tight situations here. We can see the middle part of this.
And we have it there. General recall.
I think it had to end like this. The middle section of the start was really pushing high in this start. But because we had the U flag, it means that the boats that were over the line now are safe. They don't have to be, they're not going to be disqualified. They just can restart as the next start is going to be going. But probably the race committee is going to give us now the black flag. which means that if this happens again, if we have another general recall, the boats are going to be disqualified, the ones that are going to be caught over the line. So yeah, let's see how it's going to go now. And we see now that in the chat we have some Swedish fans. Go Sweden 4822, Sweden 4915, and Sweden 4894. So keep sailing cool and well the winds being you. So we have some Swedish fans here. Let us know who you're cheering for. It's always nice to see who's with us as we wait for the general recall just went down, so it's going to be 1 minute to the 5 minutes to the start of the yellow fleet. And here we have a yellow fleet approaching the start line. So we have 5 minutes to the start line of the yellow fleet. Soon going for 4 minutes, probably black flag. We'll see in a second what's the decision of the race committee, but as we saw them before, usually in the second start they were using the black flag. So yeah, probably the black flag coming soon for 4 minutes for the yellow fleet. And here we have 4 minutes for the yellow fleet, and as we said before, it's a black flag, which means anyone that's going to be over the line now, even if it's a general recall, is going to be disqualified. So it's really important now to get a good transit and just stay under the line, and because here any disqualification is going to cost a lot. So we can see that in the restart of this yellow fleet start, yeah, the committee seems to be still better. So the boats are lining up in the committee end, pushing in this right side, which is a different approach than we saw in the first races. We just got the black flag down now, which means this is 1 minute. So it's 1 minute for the start of the yellow fleet. We saw just one boat was coming down and some boats are going up, but I think they were still under the line. We have a big banana effect, which means that there's a lot of boats that are, yeah, like way under the line. The committee end is for sure a bit higher. It's a easier perspective to judge the line if you're closer to some of the ends, so like closer to the committee or to the pin. So that's for sure going to be a easier position to start from. But we can see that there's the boats are really tight here on the start line. They're really fighting for the best positions, to have a good acceleration, to have the room, to have a nice, good acceleration, because this is going to be really important. And light winds like this, it's a main key. Yeah, and here they go. Start of the yellow fleet we see on the screen right now. I think that was clear. No general recall for sure here. And yeah, as we said, that's a different approach than before. The boats are pushing from the right side and they look strong here. And I think it might be paying off for them. We will see how it's going to play out in the second half of the upwind. But as for now, the right side is looking quite strong. So tell me, Pablo, we just started the first race of the yellow fleet. What would you do if you would be in the position of the boat that had a good start? What's going to be important for you?
So I would for sure have a plan before. Looks a bit darker now in the left side, which means more breeze is still coming. So I would maybe push for that new breeze and just keep extending, focus on boat speed if I have a clear lane, and just go for that faster and stronger breeze.
Yeah, I think the left side can still be strong. After the start, the right was looking quite good, but yeah, I think the gas from the left could change around a bit what's going on in the course. We have a really nice overview on the fleet here from the left side. So we just moved from the committee end, from the right side of the course, to the left side. So we can see now different perspective. We saw just one boat here from the left side tacking, and yeah, hope to cross the fleet. Although I don't know if they will be able to. It's another boat tacked, and I don't know if they will be able to cross the boats from the right. I think, yeah, as expected, they tack back, and yeah, keep on going towards the left side. Really nice zoom in into the Canadian sailor here. We can see the technique really nicely and working in those waves. Light winds, but slowly picking up and fighting with the waves and the shifts here. You can really get an insight of the work he's putting into the boat. Going for the tack now, Canada 1942. Looking really nice. Really nice shot here from above. Can really go into the boat and see the work on the boat.
And we can see that the wave is increasing. It's not the flat water that we started with. And we're seeing that here it's very important to link up well body, rudder, and main sheet to be able to pass these waves without slowing down. Great tack here by Canada 1942. And here we're seeing the leading sailors of this yellow fleet race for USA, Netherlands, Spain, Hong Kong, you name it. It is a very, very international and big regatta. Sailors from all over the world coming to be the first ones to round that top orange mark. So congrats to all these sailors that are managing to get the early lead. UAE, Spain, USA, it is very, very international fleet. Great close-up shot here. We can really see how the sailors are linking rudder, main, foot, everything has to be in place to be able to drive the boat well. Sailor here from Real Club Nautico de Valencia. Looking around but still being able to drive the boat at top speed. And we can see the sail is quite full at the bottom. The sailor has the outhaul quite east. Going for a tack here. We zoom out and we see how far away, how high the drone actually is. It's crazy. It looks like it's close, but this is thanks to the zoom, but actually it's so far away. Here we have the overall shot of the fleet. We can see that we're quite far away from the shore, probably 2 to 3 kilometers away, but the breeze is good, so we don't need to go further away. Great shot here by our drone pilot Eloy Vidal, driving right now. I'm here covering in the studio, Pablo Ruiz, and Antonio is helping Eloy with whatever he needs with the drones, so hats off to these guys, doing a really great job flying the drones and giving us this smooth footage today. Sailor Spain 3651, looking very comfy here on starboard, just flowing with the waves, complete flow right now, just being able to pass the waves and sail fast. Tacking there, covering the group at the left side. Looks like those that went more for a mid-right upwind are being the ones leading the pack, but Spain 3651 looks clear ahead. He's gonna have a very comfy life, very comfy reach, being able to extend even further. So you can see it is looking like a great day. Some other big boats enjoying the breeze also, but amazing day here for everyone. So we have updated results. We're just gonna lay them all so you can see how it's looking. Turkish Cengiz in first place still, Finnish Sisu in second, and Ines, Vice World Champion in 2025 in third place and first girl overall. Pablo Lopez, that we interviewed yesterday, in fourth place. And to round up top 5 we have Hugo. Big international fleet, 2 Spanish sailors in top 5, but the rest are from other countries. And the fleet is starting to approach this top mark, the orange top mark that we've seen constantly. Those in the mid left really being able to extend. I think Spain 3651 still in the lead, clear advantage, looking comfy over there, so congrats to him. And for those watching right now, let us know who you're cheering for and where you are joining from. Let's see if we can get your sailors in screen soon. Spanish sailor 3651 about to approach. He's a bit under ley line, so he's probably going to have to do 2 tacks to be able to round. This is Spanish sailor Bosco from Real Nautico de Torrevieja, and he's going to be happy. He scored the 15th on the first race of yesterday and then continued scoring. Sorry, this is Tomás. Tomás Carbonet from Javea had a black flag, unfortunately, on the first race, followed by a first, 55th, and now he's first again, so he'll be quite happy. He still needs to work a bit on his regularity, but for sure, this shows he can perform as he's been scoring first places. Second, we have Turkish sailor Eren with a 1, 2, 2 and another 2 here will be happy with the results. He'll be holding to his lead unless someone else can do better, but with a 1, 2, 2 hard to beat. Great shots here by Eloy, showing the international fleet rounding this orange iconic mark. UAE, Netherlands, Spain, Netherlands, US. We have all the nations here in these top spots. It's getting tight already. The sailors are really trying to round and not lose and just find a good lane to be able to extend in this reaching and catch the top boats that have escaped. So we're changing camera now, going soon to see the next starting. We can see blue has already gone through and will soon have red and green proceed. We have some people in the chat commenting, cheering for their sailors. We have Forestre, cheering for their sailors from Canada, her 3 grandchildren sailing here, and we have T-Powers cheering for USA 23314. So go guys, you have some strong fans here believing in you. And now we're following here the blue fleet that has just gone, race number 4 for them. And what can we see here? And we can see here the start, sorry for red fleet, blue has already gone through, we'll catch them soon. We see red fleet here getting lined up ready for the starting, which will go on soon.
Yeah, I mean now we changed the groups and we're catching we're just on schedule with the racing of today. We can see a really nice overview of the red fleet, no? I believe it is on the screen.
Yep, correct. This is the red fleet just going through. Big bunch of sailors in the committee end. You can see them here with.
Yeah, that's true. I think now the pattern changed a bit, and we have committee in favor. We see a lot of sailors pushing for that committee and in all the fleets.
Great close-up shot here of the red fleet. Some of them going on port trying to find some clear lane, but looks like those that got a good start have been able to hold on starboard.
Yeah, we can see some boats keep going on starboard. For sure they had a good start, and they're just trying to keep this line, hold the line with the rest, and just going more towards the left side of the course.
So let's change cameras and see how the yellow fleet is doing in the downwind.
A really nice overview of the fleet. We can see, we have a few sailors that really extended over the fleet. Really nice shot. Zooming in on them right now. Yeah, I mean we have one
Spanish sailor still on the lead.
Yeah, really nice lead here. It's for sure going to have it's going to give him a clear, nice lane and enough advantage over the rest to be able to to just cover and control the fleet in this last leg towards the finish line. Pablo, and if you would be in the situation of the Spanish boat now, what would be the most important for you? What tactics would you apply now, leading so nicely the whole fleet?
In the downwind, speed and more speed. You have to get fast down to that gate, because in the downwind the sailors that are behind you actually have the advantage. They are taking your clear wind off, so it's very important to defend that and be able to focus on speed to extend more. Once you're in the upwind again, you're the one controlling, you're going towards the wind, so you can give dirty air to them, but also you can decide where you're going before them, not like here that you're just reacting when they're coming from behind. And we can see here this great shot from this Nautico boat. Green deck and the sailor sailing. Look at him balancing the boat, really focusing on this speed that we were talking about.
So it's basically just running away from the rest of them and not trying to just not get caught.
Yep, this is a horse race, as we say. We just have to be the fastest and get fast there. Obviously there's some strategy behind it. we have to choose the gate, we have to choose the side of the downwind that has the more breeze, obviously, and the one that has the shift that takes us lowest downwind. But most important in the downwind is speed. It's a speed gain. If you're able to extend and be clear ahead, you'll have a very easy life after.
Yes, that's true. And let's go back to the red fleet. We're following them on the first leg of the upwind. We see that we got a bit higher up in this upwind, and yeah, I think both the right and the left side are looking quite good. Let's see who is going to cross, but I think both of the sides are looking quite good. We have some Norwegians fan cheering here for Norway 3889 and USA 23314 as we said before, and also three grandchildren of Lassarp from Sweden. So fans are here in the comments greeting. We support 1417 Monaco. Luis, some support for Luis from Monaco. Have a beautiful day. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone is having a beautiful day today with the sun and the breeze slowly. I mean, already feeling the race course. It's an amazing day here in Valencia. And we're now switching to the gate with the yellow fleet approaching the gate. We can see the sailors are going really from the sides, so far from the right and from the left. I think it's quite equal and even the choice of the gate, so the sailors are going both for right and left quite evenly. Also go follow them towards the finish line and see how this race is going to end up for those sailors. Now we're going to catch a bit of the blue fleet. We see them going downwind really nicely. Two boats seem to have a nice lead, but as we see, it's really interesting because the boats are not going straight to the mark. They're going a bit more to the right and to the left, and every boat more to the back is going more to the right and to the left. Pablo, why is that? Why they're not going straight to the mark?
Well, it's because they want to find clear air, and when they want to find clear air, they go a bit more to the side, a bit more, and then it ends that the fleet is like a triangle. They're all trying to find clear air, and they just spread and spread more. We see here Will Cately from Canada leading. Will was recently interviewed by us, where we spoke with him. Very, very interesting topics as how he's doing so good, how he's doing so fast. He's clearly one of the sailors contending for the Worlds in Morocco this summer. He's performed really well at the Rock Regatta. We see him here performing well. And if I'm not wrong, he won last race of Slovenia 2025 Worlds, so he's for sure building into a great world. He's coached by Fede Doncino, and the duo are really showing how to sail the Opti right now. Look at him working on the heel, making sure he's having a constant heel, changing the angle to catch those waves. And this doesn't look like the typical Mediterranean chop. It's quite big waves, and they are really pushing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the technique looks here really good. You can see that he's a good sailor, and yeah, trying to catch as many waves as possible to get to extend on the fleet. A really nice shot here of the Canadian sailor Will Cately. We can see now on the screen the fleets are mixing up a bit. We see the yellow fleet going upwind towards the finish line, last leg of this race, and the blue fleet going downwind towards the gate. And yeah, mixing up on the screen right now, getting some nice zoomed in. And the Swedish 4940. Really nice downwind work here for the Swedish sailor. We can see some tight pass here with the yellow fleet, but really nice work here by the Swedish sailor. Good downwind work. Getting some water out of the boat to not have any extra weight there. You don't want to have any extra weight here, especially in those light wind conditions. Everything matters, and all the water that's in the boat has to be taken out. So really nice work here, trying to catch up with the leader here, pushing with the waves. And we can see our blue fleet now approaching the gate. Yeah, the first boats are going for the right gate. So most of the top 5 going for the right side of this last leg.
And here we have sailors from Puerto Rico rounding there. Spanish sailor going for the other gate. And looks like GBR is going for a wide turn. Let's see if he takes the jibe or there he goes, taking for that jibe. The other mark was very, very far away, so good he's taking this one. Would have been too much extra distance.
Yeah, I mean now the big group is approaching the gate. At the beginning of this big fleet, we see Didrik Dahlberg, the Swedish sailor that we just saw on the screen before. Really nice down here for him. Ahead of this big group, I think it's for sure going to be a nice position if he's able to hold this. It's going to be a good position. You don't want to be in the middle of this big pack. To be ahead of them, it's always a really good position, because at the finish line you get some free lane, and you can freely enter the finish line. And yeah, if you're in the middle of the pack here, as we can see, the pack is starting to approach the gate on the finish line. It might be really, really tight, so every meter ahead of this group is going to be really important.
And we're having here many fans joining in. Shout out to Malta Young Sailors Club, Malta 259, Liam Gaskell racing his first European event, so congrats to him. Hope he's having a fantastic week, and hope he's enjoying the waters of Valencia. For sure the conditions are incredible. Look like it's already starting to drop a bit from what we see in the studio. We see some 29ers there, which are not as fast as they were before, and we can see the fog is starting to slowly coming again, so could mean that the wind is dropping soon.
Yeah, I mean I think the wind could be dropping soon, but let's hope for more races, that we can finish everything that we had planned for today. But yeah, blue fleet on the gate right now. For those of you that are with us, blue fleet on the gate, starting the last upwind last upwind of this race towards the finish line. Here we on the screen see the second half of the fleet, of the blue fleet. So yeah, this is what we have on the screen.
It was best to go on the left on the upwind, this first upwind on the and on the second upwind. It was pretty pin favored, and like I started most to the pin, but not all the way to the pin, and then I just went all the way to the left side, and then I tacked and kind of controlled the fleet, and then I wanted to go all the way to the left on the second upwind, but it got very hard because everybody was going in all the time. So I lost a bit on that, but in general, it went fine.
Can you tell us about your day, how it went? It was cool, how it felt?
Yeah, today was a great day for sailing. The race course was great. There was a lot of shifts for playing. I was waiting because yesterday was yellow and we do the third race yesterday. But now I make my first race of the day. I'm very good. I win it, and yeah, very happy.
Congrats! Thank you so much.
Wenig Wind zurzeit und deswegen habe ich deswegen müssen wir unser Boot so trimmen, dass für wenig Wind es gut ist. Die letzten Tage war es gut, ich bin jetzt eher im Silberfleet, aber ich kann noch probieren ins Goldfleet zu kommen, was aber schwierig wird. Und ich muss aber probieren, besser zu starten.
Okay, so I'm feeling kind of tired. It's really late out right now, and my day is going all right. I had to wait 2 hours for my start because my first race was Yellow Fleet. I did all right, and that's about it.
And what's the most important thing for you during the race? What are you most focused on?
I'm most focused on the starts.
Okay.
Hoy el día está siendo bastante parecido a ayer. El día es pivotante, que ir pillando los roles y lo más importante es salir bien. Y la verdad es que me está yendo bien.
Today the conditions are pretty good, or a bit better than yesterday and expected. I got a VFD today, but it's okay. I think hopefully I can make a recovery and try and move up in the results.
And what's the most important thing for you today?
I think definitely having a good start and being aware of where you are in the race course, because there's a lot of shifts that are sort of unexpected, and I think it's really good to have some knowledge about the venue before you come.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Today the conditions are pretty good, or a bit better than yesterday and expected. I got a VFD today, but it's okay. I think hopefully I can make a recovery and try and move up in the results.
And what's the most important thing for you today?
I think definitely having a good start and being aware of where you are in the race course, because there's a lot of shifts that are sort of unexpected. And I think, yeah, it's really good to have some knowledge about the venue before you come.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I'm feeling kind of tired. It's really late out right now, and my day is going all right. I had to wait 2 hours for my start because my first race was Yellow Fleet. I did all right, and that's about it.
And what's the most important thing for you during the race? What are you most focused on?
I'm most focused on the starts.
Okay.
So apologies for the white noise in the last 15 minutes. We have had a bit of trouble with the internet. Looks like the streaming program is also getting tired after this long day, but we're back now. We're watching the green fleet upwind of the last race. Some sailors have already started coming in from the first fleets, so we will slowly see the sailors come back after they finish their racing.
Yeah, and I mean, if your parents waiting in Marina watching our live stream, I think you can start watching out for your sailors. If your sailors were in the yellow fleet, I think they're slowly going to be coming back to Marina now. So yeah, you can just be watching out for them now as they're slowly approaching the slipway, and probably very soon also the blue fleet is going to be approaching the Marina. So we're still on the race course, but some of the fleets are slowly going back home.
Another long day, 6 hours 30 on the water, but hats off to the race committee for managing to pull as many races out as they could. We see here the fleets approaching back to shore beside the Valencia Marina, and we'll slowly see them come in whilst Green Fleet finishes their last race. All these sailors have done a great job after such a long day, so congrats to them. So, Sofia, have you ever been able to race this regatta?
No, when I was sailing Optimist, I've never had the pleasure to sail in the OptiOrange, but my younger sister did, and she really, really liked it. So she drank a lot of orange juices and told me about how nice it was for her. It was a really nice memory. But when I was sailing Optimist, it was not. I didn't participate in OptiOrange. And you? Have you ever sailed during the OptiOrange regatta when you were sailing Optimist?
No, unfortunately, when I was in Optimist, this regatta wasn't hosted still.
Yeah, I mean, this is only 8th edition, and it's a big accomplishment for the regatta to be already so big in its 8th edition. So, yeah, I think it's really nice that it's a 8th year in a row that they are doing it, and there's already so many sailors coming here from all around the world, basically.
Yes, and looks like the Spanish sailors
Hello, here we are back closing this day for today. In a second, the Green Fleet is soon finishing the last race of today. This is the last fleet, the last race for today. As we saw just now on the screen, the race committee put the C flag, which means that they moved the finish line. And as we can see at the top of our screen, we can see the finish line, and first boats are soon going to be approaching the top, the finish line, and this is going to be the end for today.
Yeah, as you can see, the breeze has really dropped. We can see the sailors really struggling with the light conditions. It's for sure tough at the moment out there.
Yeah, I agree.
And here we see the first boats about to approach the finish line. Let's see who's in this lead when we get a clear shot. But this last upwind was super short, eh?
Yeah, but I think it's a good decision from the race committee to shorten this race. There's no more wind left for those sailors, and they just need to finish for today. But it was a long day. I bet they're really tired, and they also want to go home. So this is going to be the last fleet that's going to be soon coming into Marina.
What time did they go to the water? 11?
Yeah, I think they went out at around 11 o'clock, so it's a 7-hour day almost, depending on what time did they go out. But this is a really long day, for sure not easy for them.
And who will take this race? Spain or Finland here?
Yeah, there's a really tight battle here in those tags. I think this race went for Spain, but a really tight battle here. Also the Hong Kong and another Spanish boat are catching up here on the finish line.
Really light stuff, and the wave really stayed making conditions hard for today.
Yeah, with so little wind and so much wave, the sailing is just getting so complicated, and so you have to be so focused and all the time, so on top of your game to be able to keep the boat going. But we can see other boats passing the finish line here. This is the last race for the Green Fleet. Yeah, we saw maybe 10-15 boats already crossing the finish line.
105 in total, no?
Yeah, here in this fleet, 105.
So 90 still to go.
Yes, probably something around that. But I think, no, not 90, because there's a lot of boats that were taken down on the general recall. So I think around 20-30 boats are out.
Okay, and look also how the flags are struggling to stay lifted, eh?
Yeah, if the flags are barely up, it really means that the conditions are super light, and make it really hard for the sailors to
And here we have the last boats of the green fleet finishing a very long day for all the sailors. Well done to all of them for such an incredible job, being able to sail for so long and keep the concentration. So hats off to all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to stay so long, so focused. And yes, 7 hours, it's definitely not a short and sharp day, especially that I think some of them might have even done only 2 races. So yeah, it's a definitely long day. So congrats to everyone, and yeah, hats off for being so long and fighting for so long.
And so patient.
Yeah, lots of patience needed today.
We'll be soon closing all the streaming once we see the last boats come in. Congrats to all of them, even though maybe this race wasn't the best for these last few boats. Still being in the water, showing up and trying the hardest is already a good achievement.
And to finish off the day, we see our green fleet coming back to Marina. Thank you to everyone watching us today. Tomorrow we keep on going with live stream. We're going to keep on showing up for you and show the action, probably a bit more wind tomorrow for racing, so hope to get a bit more racing in and to change the scenario a bit with more wind and hopefully more racing. So thank you everyone and see you tomorrow.